Jack Grant on his string. Pro gamer never seen. Switch stream, laughter in between. Clicks and chaos flow, zany every show. Random scenes we go, humor, let it blow. Jack Grant game like whoa, not a pro but glow. Sarcasm on low, laughs and endless flow. Crikey, what a sight! Australia delight, day turns into night. Gaming takes its flight, catching all the vibes, crazy antics guide. Viewers by my side, randomness worldwide. Jack Grant game like whoa, not a pro but glow. Sarcasm on low, laughs and endless flow. Crikey, what a vibes, crazy antics guide. Viewers by my side, randomness worldwide. Jack Grant, game like whoa, not a pro but glow. Sarcasm on low, laughs and endless flow. Jack Grant on his string. Pro gamer never seen. Switch stream, laughter in between. Clicks and chaos flow, zany every show. Random scenes we go, humor, let it blow. Jack Grant game like whoa, not a pro but glow. Sarcasm on low, laughs and endless flow. Crikey, what a sight! Australia delight, day turns into night. Gaming takes its flight, catching all the vibes, crazy antics guide. Viewers by my side, randomness worldwide. Jack Grant game like whoa, not a pro but glow. Sarcasm on low, laughs and endless flow. Crikey, what a vibes, crazy antics guide. Viewers by my side, randomness worldwide. Jack Grant, game like whoa, not a pro but glow. Sarcasm on low, laughs and endless flow. Jack Grant on his string. Pro gamer were never seen. Twitch stream, laughter in between.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. We are finally on. We didn't get up till late. We went to see our brother-in-law at hospital, but by the time we got to the hospital, he had already gone home. So, never mind. But then we came home and we've had PC issues for 6+ hours. So, I think we fixed them, but we'll see. We are going to get into some more Titan Quest 2, some more the Unblessed run. We've lost our map progress because our PC has restarted multiple times. You have no idea how many issues I was having. Way too many. Way too many. But never mind. So we are going to kick off some music. We have remembered to throw closed captions back on, though obviously closed captions are not very, depending on how far away I am from the mic, aren't exactly accurate. But that's okay. Let's be honest, closed captioning is not anywhere near perfect still to this day. And we've had closed captioning for how many years? Yeah. But never mind. We are going to get into some more Titan Quest and more of our Unblessed run. Okay, but we will throw some music on. And but our PC problems were something made our whole system crash, and then PC went into a constant restarting loop, and it was just constant. So I installed what drivers I thought were causing the problem, which was the Razer ones. Then the NVIDIA ones started to cause problems. And then I tried to deploy the NVIDIA driver. Didn't like it. I think NVIDIA's done something with the last 2 or 3 drivers and their NVIDIA app that it just does really not like being deployed anymore. So how performance of some of our games are going to be, I don't know. Most of them should be okay. There are going to be some that are going to be somewhat questionable, to say the least. And I do apologize for that. So, yes, Titan Quest 2. We were also exploring NVIDIA's drop of DLSS 4.5. Found out, depending on what your settings are in your game, if you use DLSS and you have an NVIDIA card, it can change between 4 and 4.5 on the fly. Kinda nice. I'm curious when Chapter 3 is coming for Titan Quest 2 though. We are getting the centaurs back, so that will be fun. But doesn't look like there's any sign of when that's coming, other than coming soon. And that was posted on December 23rd, so that could ultimately be any time. That could come, well, that could come anytime. Hopefully sooner rather than later. All right. Let's get in some TQ too. And we've thrown NVIDIA's overlay back on. Had that off for a while, but we're going to throw that on because we want to monitor a switch between K, which 4, and L and M, which 4.5. Ultimately. Sounds silly, I know. But ultimately, am I always trying to get the best graphical performance for you guys? Absolutely. Absolutely. To me, that's a lot of, I think a lot of gamers, honestly, I think some gamers and some streamers don't care how the game looks at times. I just look at it from their side and think, yeah, it's fine. But I actually care how it looks for you guys. Why couldn't the lifeguard rescue the hippie? He was too far out. And you're welcome. Has gone straight to 4 rather than 4.5. Stick on 4.5. I reckon we'll get somewhat better, maybe. We'll see. We'll see.
Reaction. Don't be switching the cover up to subtract the attraction. You in similar fashion to my Angela Bassett. Let me get you in groove. If you feeling the passion, just know I'm matching the mood. And all less of distraction, you more than something to be used up. Take a seat in the passenger while we test out the cruise. When you move, I don't ever wanna stop. Keep the grooving. We gonna find love. Hold tight, lose.
losing that much.
Desperate time.
Not ideal. Ideal at all.
For bold measures, arm yourselves.
One at a time, please. One at a time.
This could
Ooh,
that is gouging the price of grain.
terrible. Terrible. I have an option. Optimize. Don't need any optimize crap. Scale. That is not. Game.
Can't expect me to give my grain away. My family will starve.
Terrible. Yes, they. Very terrible. Base income. Quickly check. Reflect. I use medium process. Nations high. Interesting. Taking it. don't think we're going to get much better, guys. Turns that off. 4.5 goes out. Right. Oh frick, I did not make. Might have to. Get on. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to consider FSR and be done with it. Theo says not going to cut it. Odd at this point in time with Titan Quest. So that's okay. That's okay. We'll go with it. We should be able to get decent performance there.
I've been thinking about how to make
Just nudge that down to flats.
It's only just more than nothing. I don't keep tabs, but I can tell a zero from a one. Just a little bit of romance wouldn't stand a chance. It's only just more than nothing.
All right. We're going to go mapping again for a bit and remap this area since we did hard crash, unfortunately. But there was something got very corrupt with some drivers. That's all I know. All I can be sure of. All I can be 100% sure of. That something driver wires went incredibly haywire. Incredibly haywire. That capital 6. Not a spherical difference. Interesting. We've got not a just lay that on, like, done with it. If we turn that off, go with oh, that is terrible. That is motherfucking terrible. Yeah, that's yeah, we're not doing that. Not doing that, boys and girls. I don't know what I need frame gen. Yeah, no, we do. Alright. We'll stop fiddling around in a minute. We'll have a bit better quality though.
Did the Oracle give you a prophecy?
And I've got to remember, I don't need to use the 1 key. Because we've got no skills. Oh, I forgot. I haven't put headphones on, so I'm not hearing any of my music. Noob.
We wouldn't have made it out of there without him.
This might actually perform. I've made a couple of hits just then.
At the secluded, everyone started. Thank you.
What's some running background there? That's what slowed us right down. I'd say ISLC just urge. We'll stop that for the time being. Not really doing anything that's really going to affect us right now. Or eat up a ton of our memory. I've sold some shit actually. Really should have. Anyway, we don't have to come back here. We are just going to go back to remapping. Even though, well, we don't need to, but we're going to anyway. And it's not going to hurt for us to get a bit more XP. Either, for that matter.
You're one of Ryzen's best scout. I sent soldiers to good.
And there we go again. Going to hit my actions, some of my skills on 1, 2, 3, and 4, but nothing to hit. Go me. Legend. Legend, that is me. Must admit, I did while I was trying to sort the PC out, and after I spent some time, I did watch some reaction videos. I had to laugh at someone reacting to Police Academy 1 for the first time. It's always amusing watching people react to 80s films like that. It really is. most of the time they are just absolutely shocked by what there is.
Just as the sky is blue, just as your blood runs red. My love for you is true. Please let me take your hand. Only our love could keep us from falling. Now and forevermore.
Alrighty. Oh, we've got that. Probably no good to me. No good to me. Oh, no, no. No. Go on, plated. You want Magos. Magos, probably. I think it's Magos we want primarily over plated. Plated will give me a bit more survivability. I may switch to plated down the track. Plated are probably better off for me starting out and then switching to Magos later. But we're going to do it the other way. We really need plated. We will move to plated. Don't think we'll need to. Don't think we'll need to. I think we might be pretty comfortable with Magos. Bottom line is, if we can get a really good staff, we'll be pretty well set. Yes, what is it? Is Friday, early hours Friday, very early hours, not even 2 a.m. So we will be pulling a all-nighter. I am very certain of that. As to our plans this weekend, pretty much non-existent outside of streaming, sleeping, and listening to music, pretty much. I think next 2 weeks the Cricket T20 World Cup will be starting, so I think that's being played out of somewhere like Bangladesh or somewhere like that. Don't know for certain. Not being played out of one of the traditional countries. So we will get distracted by that when that comes along. will get very, very distracted by that, but that's okay. That's a couple of weeks off. The only other thing we've got coming up, probably nothing this weekend. Next week, we'll be catching up with my bestie for a very late birthday celebration for him. Other than that, if we are not available at all, it's because we offered when we found out my brother-in-law was back at his and my sister's place, I did offer and tell my sister if she needs to go back to work, I can go down there for a day or a couple of days or whatever, and help look after the brother-in-law for a bit. So if I'm not about for multiple days, it's because I've gone down to the country to help out the brother-in-law. Do I need to? No, but I've offered. So, and when I offer something like that, I follow through with it. And besides, it's family. I'd also do that for my best friend, of course. But hopefully, he never gets sick. Fortunately, so many of my family members over the years have had cancer of one form or another, and it worries me, and I should be keeping a better eye on my health myself, but it is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, I generally know when there's something very badly wrong with my body anyway. And generally I don't dismiss it because I've had that many medical issues over the years, so I know when there's I kind of always know when if there's something that doesn't feel right. So weapon fire damage, ailment chance. No. 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 Plated, no. So, between plated and Magos, because plated's going to have more armor, but Magos is going to have more barrier. And barrier is going to be more important. Or how I'm doing this Unblessed run. Because we've got our barrier and we've got our dash. That's it. That's it. It's basic weapon attacks and barrier and dash. We got nothing else. There is nothing else. Do I think I can get through all of Act 1 and all of Act 2? Honestly, I got no idea. I got no idea whether I can survive. I mean, I died, what, 3 or 4 times on the Griffin? I managed to get away with it in the end. I managed to get the Griffin down in the end. It took us a while. It did take us a while. We didn't actually clear much of this area, actually, after Virgos and There's another level for us.
I'm gonna be
To the core we go.
oh, whenever you need me. Whenever you go, just look over your shoulder. I promise you can count on me, 'cause I'm gonna be by your side.
Actually, which one was it that I was looking at?
Every mountain you climb,
Good question. Probably that one.
I swear, by the moon and the stars.
Want to see what I just couldn't remember what he'd taken. So, one in invigorating, 2 points there, and then 3 there and there, which does make sense. So 2 points in there to get some heals. Um, 3 points there to get less decay.
Thoughts of wandering
Yeah, 3 there. That makes perfect sense. Do we care about what he's done with dodge? Probably not. Honestly, we're not really using dodge that much. Should be using a lot more. Granted. Definitely be using it a lot more. But are we using optimally going for the best gear option and going staff over a melee weapon or a bow? Honestly, probably not. I do feel people forget that volley's going to work with the bow. Sorry, volley's going to work with the staff. Tailwind's going to work with the staff. So, given volley and tailwind are going to work with the staff, why not?
If we had to fight, we have to die. That's why we ain't seen another Thomas Sankara.
Why not? But is that where I'm going to keep our primary attack in volley and vitality drain? Pretty much. Pretty much. Look, suddenly gives us some lifesteal, gives us more attacks. So why not? Oh, now there's something we will need to check sometime this weekend when we can work out where the hell Maurice's is for the week and see what Maurice has got vendor-wise for us and whether there's anything, whatever 2 items Maurice has got for sale, whether any of my Borderlands 4 Vault Hunters are going to want the gear. And right now, we kind of know where he is, but can't quite pinpoint it. We recognise the landmarks, but those 4 maps are, I think people forget how big the Borderlands 4 maps actually are. I don't think a lot of people think they're, very, very small. But really not. The world is quite massive. I think people underestimate how big Borderlands 4's Borderlands 4 map is overall. But maybe I'm thinking that It's bigger than. It is. Who knows? Amigos. No. Not for 1 armor. And what? Sacrificing movement speed. So we could take Pierce. Oh, good point. Are the staves doing what damage are the staves doing? Are they doing strike or pierce? A good question. Do staves do strike or pierce damage? That's a very, very good question. No, so they actually don't do pierce or strike because they do the elemental. That's what I've kind of figured. Okay. So, no, that's what I thought. So it was kind of irrelevant. That's okay, that's okay. We can deal. We can deal.
I need to wait.
And what's going to be even more important for this run is going to be our relics and charms. Super damn important, if I do say so. Useless. Not bad. Not bad also. Not massively relevant. Good point. So that's could actually work for the rings and we've got cold or vitality. Let's go with vitality. But yeah, are going to be important, at least.
Not yet.
No and no. That was just... working fairly well right now. I'm not gonna lie. Plated, don't care. What's my phone? %. Bear with me. Phone's not. Seriously not. Much more. Charging. Never mind. Never mind, never mind.
I need to wait.
Plated. DOS. Don't care, don't care, don't care. Keep the ring, but we're probably also not gonna care. Now for the... How about you?
Go away.
Naiad transformations. Treacherous stuff. The only counter is Moly root. It's said to grow near temples and shrines, but it's quite rare.
It's quite rare.
Hey, you! Can you earn some easy coin?
Oh, hello.
We're a mercenaries a lot. You think you got...
Hey.
What's your...
Sorry.
Can be an interesting little boss fight, is.
It's like they blunt their blades on purpose.
Can we survive him?
What is it? Hey? Who do you know?
I just want to go. Please help.
Stranger.
Please.
Then?
Ha! With
Oh, what? What? Every... You're dead.
I need to wait.
Well, you damn well just sucked ass, dude. I wasn't expecting to take him down so damn easily then. Hilarious. Especially with no skills.
No room for that.
It does help when I can throw every so often throw a five projectiles of the staff at once. It does help dramatically. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, that does help.
No room for that.
Alright, time to go and sell some shit.
Oh, keen to buy
Alright, sell. Plated. We already checked that. Nope. Were they fresh? They were. No. No. Still no. Oh, that was beyond disappointing. think I didn't realize how strong barrier could be till now. I've been kind of underestimating it. Little bit too much.
Thank you.
Use?
Onisa's kidnapped. I hope that still.
Is use what?
Thank you.
Nice job.
And we didn't really eat anything tonight. We actually did eat some chocolate. We've been home and ate some pastry things, but we end up having the equivalent of Australia's equivalent of Burger King for a very, 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 very late lunch, early dinner. So that was good. Good, we'll take it. Not healthy, granted, but you know what? Very little fast food is healthy, let's be honest. Let's be honest, very little fast food is ever. Oh yeah, there's a couple of healthy fast food places around. I mean, Subway can be extremely healthy. And I don't know, I'm assuming it's a worldwide company, but Zambreros. You get the right burrito, that can be pretty healthy. So, in my opinion. Perfect? No. Far from it. Egg, robes, that's just a no, kind of. Well, kind of not, but yeah, pretty much a no. Weirdly.
I need to wait.
Then we took on too much. Hey there, BJ. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well, and I'm guessing, yeah, probably belated Merry Christmas and belated Happy New Year to you. And I have remembered my meds. Thank you as well for that reminder. But I hope you're doing well.
Oh, keen to buy a magical.
Are we? Oh, well, hold on to that ring. Don't want that. Don't want that. Oh, how did we get that? No. No. Did not want that. Pleasure robes, no. Magos robes, no. And ugh, that's all pretty terrible. Well, and obviously I disappeared out of the... You would have noticed I kind of disappeared out of the Twitch Tasmania Discord. I might try and push them again later this month or February and see whether there's any interest still. But and I'm only going to try again because someone from the Queensland Brisbane Twitch DM'd me and said, have you tried them again? And have you got anywhere? But honestly, if I'm going to be completely honest with a fellow Tassie person, I cannot see Twitch Tassie ever doing meets again. I just felt like there was way too much pushback. And it was like, if it's going to happen, it's going to be unofficial. And like, I'm thinking, I'm not organising something unofficial because then I'm treading on people's toes. So, no, basically. I might try again late January, early February, maybe. But honestly, I kind of didn't expect am I overestimating how much pushback that was? Felt like there was a fair bit of pushback. So I'm like, I just kind of think, and I kind of think if they really wanted to do a meet, they would have organised one by now. Now, I know Tassie had more shutdown protocols than anywhere else in Australia when it came to COVID, but that's long since gone. But they probably do need possibly new blood, but the thing is, I don't want to tread on the toes of the founders, especially when one of them is female and has kids, which is why she's taking time out. So I don't want to tread on hers and the other founders' toes and try and take over the group, because I'm not necessarily going to be able to be running the show the entire time. But again, I don't know whether whether I got the vibes wrong, but I just felt like there was a lot of pushback back in October when I did bring it up. So would I like to for it to happen again? Sure, but someone did direct me in the direction of an organisation called Tas Pop, which does have a Facebook page, but they look like they are based up in Burnie, Devonport, and they are pop culture, but they don't really do much outside of the Northwest. Yeah, I mean, I get that they don't want to deal with OHS and the public safety of event with kids, but honestly, it's not that hard to organise, get around OHS and public safety. For about 2 years, maybe 3 years, I was secretary of back in my time at uni, I was secretary of one of the more medium to large sized societies on campus. And given I was secretary, I had as much work to do as the president in organising regular barbecues, etc. Didn't have to worry. But that was on uni campus. That was with a little of potentially sometimes with alcohol, but mostly with soft drink and cooking up sausages. Obviously, we didn't have kids about, but that kind of. So, do I know about the OHS stuff? Sure. But I still don't want to tread on Twitch Tassie's shoes. Which is why, like I said, I'll ask again. I'll ask again in a couple of weeks' time or so. But if I get pushback again, I'll be like, okay, no worries. And then I just simply won't ask again. Because there's just kind of no point asking if you get, as me, no point asking if you're getting that sort of pushback. In my opinion, at least. But that's just my opinion. But yeah, I mean, when I looked at the Taz Pop Facebook page, it looked like they were mainly only doing Burnie Devonport area these days. And it's their Facebook page and feed is incredibly quiet. But I don't think organising anything through Taz Pop would be enough to get Twitch Tassie back on the map either. Which I think is, and I'm not trying to be rude to the guys. I think it's a big opportunity missed. Because what could be done, in theory, organise trips to. I don't know. I don't know one. I don't know one of the founders of Twitch Taz at all. No, but I did see through the Discord that she was a mum with kids and she was taking a bit of a back seat. But I don't know any of the founders of Twitch Taz. But what could work really well is if Twitch Taz could be more active. Then when PAX Oz happens of an October, it could easily be organised for a group of people to go over on a plane to Melbourne, book out a few rooms at a hotel, at a hotel not far from PAX Oz, and go to PAX Oz over the PAX Oz weekend. That would work incredibly well. But you gotta get, but which Taz would have to be back on the map, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know whether I'm overreacting, or whether you think there was a lot of pushback in October. But from what was said in the Discord, I feel like there was a lot of pushback. But that's just my opinion. I could be completely wrong on that front. Completely wrong. I have no idea. I have no idea if I'm right or wrong. I'd like to think I'm wrong. But again, I guess take it how you take it. Out. We should have dodged out that fight then. Oh. I'll check that in just a second. Yeah, I mean, the only reason why I felt like there was pushback was like, well, we could do it unofficially. And to me, you run something unofficially under the so-called Twitch Tassie banner, and this is just my opinion. You're running something unofficially under the Twitch Tassie banner, and you've not got the founders on board, and you've not got the people who run everything on board. For me, you're treading on their toes, and you're disrespecting them, because if they want something to happen, it will happen. But so either do the founders need to not necessarily relinquish their foundership, but put 2 or 3 other people in charge along with them? Sure. But is that going to happen? I don't know. But I could not, for me personally and for my personality, I could not ever start or do an unofficial meet under the Twitch Tassie banner without the founders' support. Because I would feel like I was being disrespectful as all fuck. So I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't. I've got no intention of organising anything unofficially. As much as I'd like to get that group up and running again, I'm not starting anything unofficial without the founders being on board. So it's more of a personal thing with me, because I'm all about ultimate respect of board members, founders, etc. And I will never ever step on someone's toes just to get ahead, because I don't want to be accused of trying to get ahead and trying to turn something into my own. That's not me. That's not me personally. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I don't know who all the founders are, and doesn't seem to be a lot of information on who they are. I think I know who the female is, but I think she's not really paying attention there anymore. But like I said, and it's just me personally. I could not run anything unofficially under the Twitch Tassie banner without the founders being on board. Founders are on board? Put it this way, if the founders are on board, it's no longer something I'm doing unofficially. It's something I'm doing officially then, if that makes sense. Founders are on board? I or others could run stuff under the Twitch Tassie banner if the founders' support is there. But if there's no word from the founders, I can't do anything or help out unofficially, because for me personally, and again, it might sound stupid to you, but I would feel like I was undermining not that it's a, not that Twitch Tasmania is a company, but I would feel like I was undermining the managers. And I was undermining their influence and all the work that they've done in the past. And I want, as much as I would like Twitch Tas to come back, I don't want to undermine everything the founders have ever done, because I would be undermining them. I don't know whether that makes any sense to you or not. It's just a personal personality and personal thing for me. I will never step on someone's toes to get ahead. Am I prepared to try and run something? Absolutely. But not and never at the cost of stepping on someone's toes. Like I said, back in my original uni days, I was secretary of one of the biggest societies on campus. When we took over that society, I felt incredibly bad, because the previous year it was run by honor students, and all the honor students used all the money for a lot of partying for themselves and the like. And when they found out we were taking over, they got really pissed off. And I was like, and the president of the group I was in said, well, you haven't done anything with the society. We're just rebuilding it and taking it over. Deal with it. Now, did we make a good society in the end? For a bit. Does the society exist anymore? Pretty sure not. Not after I left. But I've been involved with secretary of a society. I also used to umpire cricket. Mostly under 15s and under 17s. I worked for the TCA, and I umpired anywhere between Clarence, Kingborough, Hobart, Sandy Bay, etc. But I would never have trodden on the umpire board's toes, even though some of the people on the umpire's board would never have been there. But that's a different matter altogether. So do I know how to participate in a society or association? Yes. But I think for Twitch Tas to ever resurface, the founders would need to make at least some sort of appearance again, say, listen, we're passing the reins over to this person, this person, this person. They're going to be running all the events from now on. That is what would need to that I think is what would need to happen. Because as I said, my conscience does not allow me to run anything without the founders acknowledging it and being okay with it. Again, I know it sounds really stupid. I know it sounds really stupid, but that's just me. That's just me. I'm odd like that. I'm odd like that. I don't know why. I just can't tread on people's toes like that. Go figure. But yeah, I did get the opinion that a lot of them don't stream anymore. But that's kind of what happens when you end up having families, etc. We're going to be honest. When you start having families and having kids, you probably have less time to stream. Yeah, I mean, co-founders, etc. But again, I know it sounds silly. I'm probably going out in circles in what I'm talking about, but it's just for me. Ultimately, I just can't tread on. And it doesn't matter who the person is in authority or used to be in authority. I just can't tread on someone in authority's toes. I can't tread on anyone who was in authority at any stage. I can never tread on their toes. That's just not how I am. But I know some people could go and blame and say COVID pretty much killed Twitch Taz. And in some regards, guess what? That would be right. But guess what? Tasmania, when it came to the time of COVID, Tasmania had the strongest rules in place of any other state. COVID ran rampant in Perth, Adelaide, Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane. But did COVID end up killing? Did COVID end up killing Twitch Perth, Twitch Adelaide, Twitch Melbourne? They are very, very, very active. Very active. They might only do 1 or 2 meets a year outside of PAX Oz, but they do them. But again, can I be sure I would have time to run Twitch Taz? Well, potentially, but I also am not someone who's got very good health at times. My health can be very, very shitty. So, in that regard, could I take over let's just go devil's advocate. Could I take over a manager's role of Twitch Taz? Not the main manager. Co-manager? Or assistant? Sort of thing? Yes. But I could not be the driving force without 2 or 3 others there as well. Because if my health ends up going to hell for a few months, I would need the other people who are in management positions to be able to take over and do the meeting things. I could not afford to be the sole runner of things either. Nor do I want to be. I'm not someone who relishes power. I can be in take over powerful positions. I also prefer not to if I don't have to. But like I said, I don't know what your personal take was on the conversations in October last year, but I felt like most of them, outside of you and me, most of it was pretty much pushback. Most of it was saying, well, we could do something unofficial under the Twitch Taz banner. But to me, that, and I mean no offense to people who said that, but to me, I felt like that was a pushback to doing meets, and it also felt like an insult and a personal attack on the founders and disrespect to the founders, if that makes sense. It was saying to do something unofficial under the banner, I just felt like was not just pushback, but complete disrespect to the people who originally created Twitch Taz. And that's why I didn't comment any further on that conversation back in October, because the unofficial meetup under the banner made me very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Because to me, it was just a pure lack of pure disrespect. Lack of respect and pure disrespect. But again, that's just me. But that's just me. And maybe I misread the October conversations completely wrong. I don't know. But that was just the feeling I got. That was just a feeling I got. But at the moment, I probably won't be going into that Discord for, like I said, at least probably mid-February, if not late February. Simply for the one reason. I've got to catch up with my best friend next week for his big birthday. And one of my brother-in-laws has just come out of hospital after having a cancer operation. And I've said to my big sister, who is his wife, I said to her, if you need to go back to work, I can come down and look after the brother-in-law for a few days if you need to. So it is possible I could be completely out of commission for which is why I'm just going to leave that Twitch Tasmania Discord till mid to late February to make sure brother-in-law is back on his feet. I've done the birthday celebrations for my bestie, and then maybe then I'll touch base with the Twitch Taz Discord group again. Like I said, I honestly don't know what your I actually don't know what your take or opinion was of the October conversation. I wouldn't mind hearing what your thoughts were and whether I've misread the conversation as to whether you think there was pushback. I know I was new to the Discord group, but I still feel like there was pushback though. But I'd be curious whether you think there was. Do need to check there.
I'm ready for those good times, yeah. Woo! I'm willing and able, my cards on the table. I'm cashing in this win. Oh, I'm ready. Yeah, yeah. I know it's time. I'm all set for the best thing, yeah. Oh, I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready for a brighter day. I'm ready to go.
Oh, looks we've got an enemy here. Die. Die, die, die. But I don't know what I said. Will I ask again in Twitch Tasmania group? I will, but if there's still a lot of unofficially, etc. If that line comes up again, I'll tell you now. I won't be pushing or asking again. I won't push or ask again if the whole idea of it comes up as unofficially we could run under the banner again. That phrase comes up again, I'll be out. I'm not even going to put. I would not even push the barrel again. Sorry, I should say push the barrow again. I just would have no intention of pushing the barrow again if there was literally the same response. But again, that's just me. That's just me. Oh, that is much better. It is much better. Yes, yes, yes. Increase attributes. No, we don't care. We don't care. We don't care. Also don't care, don't care, and don't care. Cold? That is cold. Don't we have a cold? Oh yes, we'll have that. Slap you on there, do a bit more cold damage, thank you.
There's the base of the broken Glaukos statue. We still need to find all the pieces if we want to...
We can do better. We could be chasing dreams. We know what's right.
I don't know what the solution is. That group. Unfortunately. I wish I did, but I don't. Pick up 2 more ice staffs. That's just crap. That is really good. honestly, I find, I'm not saying, I'm not saying that, I'm not saying they're not telling the truth, but that post being 23rd of July, I find that really hard to believe that they haven't had a check of approval for meetups. I honestly find that really hard to believe, because every other state has had approval. And when you think about, when was the last major COVID outbreak in Australia, let alone Tasmania? There hasn't been a big COVID outbreak for a while. So for there to be no, not saying we haven't had a check mark, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying the founders aren't being honest, but I find it very hard to believe that we wouldn't have approval by now. I find it very hard that we didn't have approval back in July. So, I mean, I think we would have had approval back in July. I honestly do. I think we would have had approval way before July. But again, whether it be Timothy or Tam, etc., unless they are absolutely on board with Twitch as being built back up, I would not even. This way, let's put it this way. If Timothy and Tam weren't on board officially, and there was a cheeky unofficial meetup done by someone else organising it, would I show up? Would I show up? The answer would be, unfortunately, the answer would be no, I wouldn't. Not if it didn't have Timothy and Tam's approval. And if it had their approval, guess what? It wouldn't be an unofficial meetup. Does that make sense? I can't. I wouldn't say not necessarily my ego, would it be ego or personality or state of mind or whatever. I just could not show up to something unofficially without the founders' approval. And if the founders are giving their approval, then it's not unofficial all of a sudden. Because showing up to an unofficial meetup and doing an unofficial meetup under the Twitch Tasmania flag, for me, I just feel that's disrespectful. But that's my view. And by no means do you have to share that view. You can have the complete opposite view to that. I'm not going to frown on you. I'm not going to frown on you if you've got a different view on it. Let's say an unofficial thing went and you went to that. Would I frown on you for doing that? No, because it's up to each individual person to whether they go or whether they don't go. I personally wouldn't go because I wouldn't feel good about it. Because I feel like I was disrespecting the founders, and especially a very new person to the group. So I would pass. But Timothy or Tam giving the A-OK? What does that mean to an unofficial meetup? It means that unofficial meetup is now official. Then I would go. It might sound convoluted as all hell, and I get that, but the problem is I try and be a very respectful person. But it's a difficult one. It's honestly a difficult one. So, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I'll touch base with the group sometime during February. But if I get distracted by the T20 World Cup, it probably won't be till late February then. And I'm pretty sure I'll probably get distracted by the T20 Cricket World Cup anyway. Depending on how far Australia gets. But I am very surprised that we didn't have approval back on 23rd of July, though. Very surprised. But then again, it wouldn't surprise me with the current Tasmanian state government because, let's be honest, when you consider all other states' rules for COVID versus Tasmania's, we had the strictest COVID rules in the country. So, would it be possible we didn't have approval? Didn't have approval come 23rd of July last year? Possible. It's possible. But I also find it hard to believe. But don't get me wrong, I would love to see Twitch Tasmania come back, but I also don't really see it happening. Not on the very brief interaction I had in October. Frick. I wasn't paying attention then. This build is a nightmare. I'm not going to lie. Is that Magos robes? Is Magos robes. We'll have that then. Unsocket that. Light armor, don't care. Light armor also don't care.
Oh, keen to buy a magic...
Oh no, I'm not going to completely rule out anything with that Twitch group, but I'm not confident. I'm not confident anything will come of it. But I do have not a huge amount of pressure from Twitch Brisbane. But something that, but what was said between, and I'm quite happy to talk about what was said between the Brisbane community meetups, which Brisbane and me. Brisbane guy was saying, just checking to see if you're still thinking about meetups in Tasmania or have made a start somewhere. And I said to them, no, this is quite long, but I said to them, honestly, I decided to let it rest till we're a little bit into this year. From where I left the discussion back around late October, there's been no other discussion into it. Yeah, the Discord is used for advertising your live and so on, or some chat in general, but nothing in meetups. So I might ask again late this month or next. But I'm not someone for treading on people's toes, and I'd rather not do that and let it go. If I do say something again and get no real input, I'd feel bad about organising something because I'd feel I'd be going behind the people who originally set the group up. Last convo, which I was involved in their meetup channel, or their Discord channel, was someone saying doing something unofficially, and honestly, I don't see that working. But like I said, I might check in with them again late January or early Feb, but I'm not going to push if there's no interest. Granted, I'm new to their Discord, but I thought people would jump would jump at the idea, but I also feel people are still stuck in the COVID bubble, which doesn't really exist. Tasmania's had probably the strictest COVID protocols for all of Australia. And Brisbane responded with the following. 100% valid. Stepping on toes can always be a concern. In this scenario, I think you have honest intentions and generally would like to see a Twitch community thriving in your area. Probably the same thoughts as the previous conversation, but setting up some semi-regular talks with existing community and opening up some communication with your community manager would be a great start. Then if it's hard to get a venue or members to meet in one place, reach out to Taz Pop. After a quick Google, they came up and appeared to be the most relatable convention festival. Runs out of Hobart and would be worth creating a meetup point there for members of Twitch Tasmania to join. Talking with Taz Pop, you might be able to secure a place at the festival for the meetup. I'll remember to check in at some time, but you can reach out if you need any help. Oh, it's hard getting those communities back on their feet. and I said that I'd look into TasPop. I just felt a lot of pushback, hence why I left the discussion alone since late October. But I will check with them very late January. I have quite a few things on my plate this week, or more likely check in come February, but probably after I check in with TasPop. It would be nice to get something running, but Tasmania's Twitch community is so much smaller than anything in Brisbane, Sydney or Melbourne, even a lot smaller than Adelaide or Perth. That's because our population's so small. Then when you factor out of a population of Tasmania's population of 580,000, you wouldn't have many streamers at all. So I think and I just estimate how many streamers we'd probably have. But then I said I'd check in with TasPop, and after that I'll touch base with Tas Twitch Discord again. But honestly, I'm not very hopeful, because if a meetup is to happen for me personally, it has to be organised by the founders of the group, not me, and they're not active that much, if active at all. It will make it hard. So, but when I did look at the TasPop Facebook page, there was nothing mentioning Hobart. And when I Googled search TasPop, their office in Hobart has been closed for quite some time. So, I don't know. Yeah, and like I said, that's why I'm a little bit surprised from what you found on the Tas government event safety page, that the founders suggested there was still no check mark on the 23rd of July. Well, I didn't even know about Twitch Tas, to be honest. But if you know, and you obviously know more streamers than I know of, but honestly, how many streamers do I think are actually in Tasmania? And this is just me making up, just guessing at a random number. Out of a 580,000 population, of course, I reckon we'd have less than 5,000 streamers. Way less. Way under 5,000. We might have 1,000, maybe 2,000 if we're lucky, I reckon. But I don't reckon we've got that many. I really don't. I really don't. But I could be wrong. I could be very, very wrong how many streamers there are in Tasmania. But the thing is, there's no way to know those numbers. There is absolutely no way to know how many streamers there are in Tasmania. Whether it be Twitch streamers, Kick streamers, YouTube streamers, etc. But what I actually quoted to the Twitch Brisbane guy, I said, with I said about 580,000 approximately population, you'd have maybe, and I'm only guessing, might be between 1 and 5% of the population being streamers. So I do think that it's well under 10k in Tasmania, definitely, and probably well under 5k, but I have no substance to be sure of that. So, do I think there are well under... Do I think we'd be lucky to have 5,000 streamers in Tasmania? I think we'd be very lucky to have 5,000 streamers in Tasmania. But I'd still think maybe 1,000 to 2,000, maybe. Now we need to check that gear. That off for a minute. 47. That's cold. That's cold. That can go. That also cold. That is... light armor, don't care. Hit the ring, don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, and that. Oh shit, we did need that.
Keen to buy a
My bads. We need the shock staff back. We die again. Probably not. Maybe we did. Oh crap. Agos robes. They might be good. Kind of. Welcome back. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't think we'd have more than... So when I was going on 1% of our population, that barely makes 5k, basically. Maybe 6k. And honestly, I reckon we'd probably struggle to have about, and no disrespect to TikTok, I don't count TikTok as streamers. Sorry, but no. I know they are, but I don't count them. But I'd be very surprised if we had more than 2,000 streamers in the state. But it doesn't surprise me what you found on the TasGov website, say that COVID restrictions had been lifted. But I feel like they've been lifted for quite a while. But again, do I want to tread on Timothy's or Tam's toes? Frick no. Unless those, and I know there's more than just those two as founders. Unless those two and maybe another founder is on board. And I don't know whether there were 3 founders, 4 founders, 5 founders. Unless I would say the majority of founders are on board. I'm going to be honest. I'm not trying to be pessimistic or negative. Unless the majority of founders are on board, I truly can't see meetups happening. I've got no idea when festivals really kicked off again. Though I don't really get to festivals because, 1, I don't drive. which tends to be a bit of an issue. Even though I don't drive, means I just don't get to. Very rarely do I get to festivals, and more often than not, don't have the money for the festivals. So, well, that kind of that's a little bit concerning, given, and I'm not, and please don't take this the wrong way. Please don't take this out of context. But for which has to say, as of June 20, as of, what was it, July 2023? They said they'd had no, 23rd of July, they'd had no check mark on 23rd of July last year, and festivals have been up and running since 2022. It would make me question whether, honestly, it would make me question whether the founders even want the meetup stats happen again. Oh no, I get that for indoor events, but if we're going to be honest though, most Twitch events would be indoors. Most Twitch events are indoors or at a venue, because when I was over at PAX Oz last year, they did do a couple of big Twitch meetup, I think on the Friday or Saturday night, which I couldn't get to, but they'd booked a venue for that. I can't remember whether the venue was inside or outside, but they had booked a venue for that. So, in that regard, any Twitch meetups are generally any Twitch meetups are generally going to be inside. Are generally going to be inside of premises. Whether it be a licensed premises or not is a different matter altogether. But let's be honest. If you've got under 18 Twitch streamers showing up to the event, guess what? They can just buy a glass of orange juice or Coke over the bar. It's perfectly fine. Orange juice, lemonade, lemon squash, water. So you do it in a bar, in a place that's got a bar, it's not really an issue. Because you're going to have plenty of adults keeping an eye on the young teenagers anyway. So from that perspective, a little bit on the irrelevant side. But again, I said, do I want the Twitch Taz to kick off again? I'd like that to happen, because that way when PAX Oz comes up again, people can organize trips and maybe organize better accommodation visits going over to PAX Oz. So when you rack all that sort of stuff in together, when you rack all that stuff in together, if you get Twitch tags up and working properly, you then organise PAX Oz groups of a year to go over of people who get along with each other. You can organise better accommodation setups. You can hang around, catch up for a meal after the day of PAX or whatever, and etc. etc. And if even hang around, walk around with the Twitch Tasmania people, walking around PAX even for some of the days, and that would be ultimately a really good experience. You see, anything like a PAX Oz trip or any sort of meetups for Twitch Tasmania, for me, they've got to be official, and the founders either have to be on board or put some other people in charge of organising and managing it. And am I putting my hand up to organise and manage? Frick no. I'll help with it, but I'm not doing it all on my own. Like I said, I don't have great health, and my health is very, very unreliable. My health can be very, very unreliable, so I can't afford to say, I can't afford to say to the Twitch Taz and say, I'm putting my hand up for a position. So I'm not running. I'm not going to try and run the thing solo, because worst case scenario, worst case scenario and devil's advocate, I take over Twitch Taz and start running it. What happens if I get sick again for a while? What happens if I get sick again for a while and then I just disappear out of the Discord for a while? No meets happen. People just give up, don't bother. And they're like, well, the first lot of founders failed. The second lot of organisers in Czech failed. Yeah, we're not even going to give a shit about trying to set Twitch tags up a third time. Fuck it. That's why I wouldn't want to do it. That's why I'm not putting my hand up to try and run Twitch tags. I'm not putting my hand up. I've no intention of putting my hand up to run Twitch tags. Could I help run it? I could help run it, but me helping to run Twitch Taz is extremely dependent on my health. My health is a day-to-day prospect. So it's one of those things. But I'm not going to partly run it, fully run it, without the original founders being on board. No intention of whatsoever. Because I'm not someone who likes treading on anyone's toes. That's not my style. That's just not my style. I'm not comfortable doing that. It's just not my personality. And I feel like I'm making excuses. I'm kind of really not. I can only go with what my personality, my morals, my ethics allow. Personality, morals, and ethics says, I'm not taking over Twitch Taz. Not solo. And honestly, I don't want to take over Twitch Taz without founders' approval or founders just passing shit over. But if we've had approval for meat since 2022, but and you said for indoors, if we've had approval for meats indoors since 2022, why is there not, my question would be for everyone, why has there not been a Twitch Taz meetup since 2022? That would be that's my biggest question. Why has there not been a meetup? When it's been allowed to be, it's been a meetup has been allowed to happen. But again, I don't know. But you see, and I don't tend to go too much into health issues. I've got heart issues. Well, kind of. That's what my medication reminder's for. I'm on daily heart medication to stay alive. I've also got severe back pain. And I've got a lot of issues topside. Depression, stress, anxiety, and PTSD by the bucket load. I'm someone who you probably don't want to be relying on to run Twitch Taz solo. It would be a bad idea. Again. But I said, could I help run it? Yes. Could I run it myself? No. There's a big difference. Big difference. But the other thing, but the thing that would be also good if Twitch Taz could be built back up is it's not just PAX Oz that Twitch Taz would benefit from, because the last 2 years at PAX Oz there have been Twitch meetups during PAX Oz hours, and also a meetup one night on either Friday night or Saturday night. But you organise some Twitch Taz people to go to that. You can then talk to the Twitch Brisbane, Twitch Perth, Twitch Adelaide, Twitch Melbourne, Twitch Sydney people, get some ideas of what sort of events to run, what sort of things to do, get some liaising going, get some communication going, build up some repertoire, get some stuff working, get the gears churning, and guess what? Now, I'm not saying Twitch Taz would ever be big, no, but it could benefit from getting ideas from PAX Oz, getting ideas from the other big Twitch states, whether it be, like I said, Melbourne, Sydney, Perth, Adelaide, Brisbane, Perth. There'd be ideas. Get plenty of ideas. We could throw ideas back. Because what is streaming and everything primarily about? One word. Networking. If you're not networking, you're not growing. If you're not networking, and if you're not networking, guess what? Twitch Taz isn't going to grow again. Isn't isn't going to start up again. If you're not networking, Twitch Taz isn't getting back up on its feet. It's just not. And I can't be the new kid, so to speak, in that Discord group, trying to generate interest. The one who's been there longer needs to start generating the interest. And like I said, I saw none in October. So I don't know what to tell you. It really is a bit of a difficult situation.
Odysseus used it to counter the nymph Circe's transformation magic.
And there is a reason, by the way, in this game why my action bar is completely empty. I've not picked any of the masteries. I'm just relying on these 4 skills. Action bar 1 attack, action bar 2 attack, dodge and parry. That's it. That's it. That's all I've got. I mean, ultimately, it is no interest in networking and rebuilding Twitch Taz. No matter how much I'd like it to restart, I can't make it restart on my own.
So back up, thank you. Yeah, up this way, I think. Keep healing the leader.
Well, that's lovely, isn't it? Let's try and do something about that. Ow. Let me get out there, please.
I need to wait. Not yet.
Thank you. Like I said, I'll push the group. Push the group in it.
You'd better hurry up and destroy the smoke signal.
I mean, I can understand that, but I think there's plenty of venues that you could use around Hobart, or even if you use venues in Launceston. I'm sure there's plenty of venues that can be used. Just a matter of finding one. I mean, the other thing is, if you find one that's going to cost you money, then you're going to have the people who show up have to pay a fee. So, I mean, there is that also. It depends on whether you want to book a venue and have the venue just for the meetup, and that would be ultimately be the issue, because depending on what the venue was, if it cost money to use, yes, that could be an issue. But when I look at the photos that came out of PAX Oz from the Twitch meetup, I think that was on the Friday or Saturday night, I think it was in some sort of bar, but that place was freaking packed. They had their own Twitch lights, etc. I was like, holy shit. And honestly, I wish I'd gone. But I'd been on my feet way too long, way too many hours. And my feet were absolutely killing me by Saturday night.
Could you report back since we've got a good vantage? It's that obvious, is it? And the flood I'm glad to be useful. But sometimes we have the unclear. What do you want to know?
But of course, the other problem with any potential Twitch test meets is, where do you run it? Do you run it in Hobart, Launceston, or Devonport? You run it in Hobart, it's going to be a 4-5. If you went Hobart, it'd be a 4 or 5 hour bus ride or drive down from Devonport or Burnie, or 2 hours from Launceston. But if you went Launceston, 2 hours for the Hobart people to get up there, an hour, maybe 2 hours for Brisbane, Burnie, Devonport to get to Launceston, and so on. But do I think... Now, granted, I am in Hobart. Well, virtually Hobart. Do I think Hobart's got better services, etc., possibly better venues than Devonport or Launceston? Potentially. But are they going to be dearer? Again, potentially. But again, it depends on whether you want to book out the venue. If you want to book out the venue, guess what? The venue is going to want an entry fee. And how many streamers will want to pay a meetup fee? Well, we're going to be honest. The Twitch meetup on this Saturday night at PAX Oz did have a ticket price. They were using the tickets to pay for the venue. So it's not unheard of. Not unheard of to use tickets to pay for the venue. So could you book out a Hobart Tas Uni bar in Hobart? Sure. Would you book out any bar in Hobart? Sure. But it's getting people on board to buy enough tickets, enough enough cover charge tickets to be walking the door to have paid for the venue. And therein lies the issue.
One of the farms situation and
therein lies the issue.
Bandits called the. I hear someone killed their leader. Oh, native. Yes, can't believe a few reports. Also, if you hear a weird noise, sure. What can I help with?
But centrally, you'd want to go Launceston over Hobart, or those less travel for Burnie, Devonport, people, etc. Now, I'm not saying every streamer is either in Burnie, Devonport, Hobart, or Launceston. No. Streamers are elsewhere. Streamers are in other parts and in country parts of Tasmania. But for the most part, they're generally not going to be too far away from Burnie, Devonport, Launceston, Hobart. And when I talk about Hobart, I'm including Glenorchy, Clarence, Bellerive, Moona, Newtown, Bridgewater in that, for the record. But I think people would be prepared to pay. I think people would be prepared to pay a cover charge. Let's just say rented out a bar in Hobart for the night, or a room in or cordoned off, have a section of the bar paid for the evening. Do I think if people were really serious about doing meetups, would they be prepared to pay for a cover charge? The answer is yes. However, if they're not serious about paying a cover charge, if we're going to be honest, if we're going to be 100% honest, if they're not serious about paying a cover charge, let's be 1,000% honest here. If we aren't prepared to pay for a cover charge for a Twitch Taz meetup, Twitch Taz is. I'm not trying to ring the death bell. I would say Twitch Taz is dead. Is not even 10% dead or 80% dead. I'm talking 150% dead. It's if people aren't prepared to help cover the cost of a venue, Twitch Taz isn't getting off. Twitch Taz is never getting off the ground again. You can't do a meetup without it costing. But, and I'm not trying to be negative, and I don't mean to be negative. But if people aren't prepared to pay for a cover charge to hire a cordon off section of a bar, or if a bar or a hotel has got 3 or 4 rooms, and you go and say, "Can we just rent this one room?" and they'll be like, "Yeah, it'll cost you this much for the night." And then you say, "Okay, door fee," and you have to ask in advance, and then you'd have to say to Twitch members, "We've got a possible venue for a meetup, but it's a $20 door cover charge." And let's just say it costs. Let's just say for the for the for that room or the bar costs, let's just say randomly say it, and I've got no idea how much it would cost, but let's just say it costs $200, and you tell Twitch has people $20 cover charge, and all of a sudden you don't get 10 people paying the fee in advance to cover the cover charge. It ain't going to happen, because you wouldn't be getting enough money to cover the rental of the room. So to do set up any sort of, and when people were talking back in October about an unofficial meetup, you got to plan those unofficial meetups about a month, maybe 2, maybe even 3 months in advance. And to set up Twitch Taz again, you'd have to be organising a meetup for about 3 months from now to make sure there's enough interest, and make sure whatever venue you picked, you got enough money to cover the rental for that room for that evening. Therein lies the issue. You would have to, so any potential, so when they were talking about an unofficial meetup, that couldn't happen, that wouldn't have been able to happen for at least 3 months from October. So November, December, January wouldn't be able to happen until at least end of this month. And that was if something was put in place October, when I raised the question. And has there been any consideration of a meet since that October talk? Not a word. Because a meet is going to take probably 2 to 3 months to plan. And honestly, I do think to get a Twitch Taz up off the ground, any meetup at a venue would have to be 3 months down the track from the time you announce we're going to have a meetup. And then you can't be sure those people are still going to be around in, guess what, 3 months' time. Which is why, in my opinion, something unofficial can't work. You get the co-founders, Timothy, Tam, and whoever else, who have had the organising experience before. Guess what? That could work. Now, the alternative to running something in a bar, though, and I don't know how well you know southern Tasmania, but I think it's out near, I want to say it's out near Cadbury's, but I could be wrong. No, it's not out near Cadbury's. Where is it? There's a... Oh, I'm thinking somewhere else. Where is it? It's... So I was thinking it was out near Glenorchy, but it's not. So this would be... obviously an alternative to running something in a bar. Just give me a second and I'll show you where I mean. Now, so you've got Hobart, up there, South Hobart. Then you got the map. Then you got, and then you got the Cascades there, and you're heading down towards, and you got Mount Wellington up there. But in here, you got the good old Waterworks Reserve. And what's at the Waterworks Reserve? Barbecues. Lots of freaking barbecues. So there's 4 or 5 barbecue sites there that you could have. So you could just go to could just go to Hobart City Council. It would hardly cost anything. Put a booking in for one of the sites. Say to people, just bring some sausages. Bring some sausages. As some soft drink, a beer, or whatever you want. And you could just have it out at the Waterworks Road, at the Waterworks Reserve. And guess what? And then if people got bored, guess what? They could go on hiking trails. Would it still cost money? Yes, it would. It would still cost money. But guess what? So, for doing something like the Waterworks Reserve, I mean, there is some, and there's also a place out the back of Glenorchy. If I can find it. Yeah, out the back of Glenorchy, you got the big Tolosa Park area. And there would be barbecues. There's barbecues and shelters there. So you could do Waterworks. You could do Tolosa Park. You'd have to talk to the Glenorchy City Council or Hobart City Council to book one of the shelters. Tolosa Park's also got a skate park nearby. So some of the streamers are young and they've got skateboards or rollerblades. They can just go and chill. So there are options for outdoor events if you didn't go bar wise. But guess what? I get a funny feeling things like Waterworks Reserve or Tolosa Park would still cost money to hire. And it's still going to cost money to hire. You're still going to have to generate some money and get some money from people showing up. But guess what? It's still an event you would have to organize 3 months ahead of time. And as you know what our weather is like in Tasmania, you don't want to be running something at Waterworks Reserve or Tolosa Park in May, June, July. Just saying. Because people are going to freeze their ass off while they're waiting for their sausages and steak and chops to cook. Just saying. Just saying. So if you were running an event 3 or 4 months from now, it would have to be in a pub. It would have to be in a bar. If it was 6 months from now, you could run it at Tolosa Park or Waterworks Reserve. They'd just be 2 options. Are there options over at Clarence and Bell Reeve? Yes, there are. There are options there as well. But what is my overall point? Where the Discord channel said about doing something unofficially, it's not going to work. Because no matter whether you do Tolosa Park, Waterworks Reserve, or a bar, it's going to cost money. You're going to have to book it 3 months or 6 months in advance. And you're going to have people pay up front before the event, so you've got the money to cover for the event. Because let's say the waterworks, on the waterworks shelter, let's say that costs $100 for the day. I'll tell you now, no one in a management position on Twitch Tasmania is going to want to fork out $100 straight off the bat. They're going to want the money from people who are going to show up to it to pay for it. And like I said, and that means Tam, Timothy, and whoever need to be back on board. If they're not back on board, this is what I think happens to Twitch Taz. It won't come back. Like I said, I'm not trying to be negative here. I'm just being realistic, saying unless the founders are back on board or prepared to, or there are enough people prepared to step up, it ain't going to happen. It just ain't going to happen. And I feel like I'm being really negative in that opinion, but that's why I felt like when they talked about an unofficial meetup, I know it's not going to work. Because, and if I go back to my uni days of running as secretary, which was a very prominent position in the society and what we were running was the Computer Science Society, where we had software engineers, we had computer science students, we had information systems technology students, we had also had biology students, we had administration students, we had psychology students, we had everyone from any faculty joining the society. So we were giving away some free accounts. But the thing is, when we organised a barbecue, we organised a barbecue 2 weeks, if not 4 weeks ahead of time. Said, there's a barbecue in 2 weeks' time. People knew the barbecue was going to be there. Now, given we actually owned our own barbecue, we had enough funds to buy the drinks. All we needed was people to show up. If they had to pay some money for a sausage or a hamburger or a drink, they would. But we always advertised at least a week, if not 2 or 3 weeks ahead. Or we made it clear, okay, winter months are over, barbecue every Friday without fail. Done. People would know. But can't do Twitch Taz meetups unofficially. Either the founders need to come back on board or the founders need to delegate and say, all right. And whether it be, let's say, whether it be Timothy or Tam says, okay, Jack, you're interested. Who else? And if they then say, okay, outside of Jack, who else is going to help him organise stuff? Machete? Okay, that's 2. Anyone else? And let's just say, in theory, no one else puts their hand up. I could honestly see and I've never met Timothy or Tam, but I could honestly see them pulling the plug completely. Because they'd want 4 or 5 people replacing them. At least 4 or 5 to organise shit. Might sound harsh, but I reckon they'd pull the plug. Officially. I truly do. But again, would I like Twitch Taz to happen? I would, because I'd love to network more again. Because if I'm going to be honest, my Twitch channel sure as hell ain't growing, which is why I will probably go to PAX Oz again this year. Though I'm a little bit up in the air whether to go to PAX Oz again this year. Because have I met some nice people out of PAX Oz? Yes. But has PAX Oz worked for me? The answer is no. And the reason why I say PAX Oz hasn't worked for me is, well, I've met, certainly last year, I met quite a lot of streamers. Like, do you know how many of those streamers have even dropped by my stream? In total? 1. And that was only for 1 stream. No one's reciprocated. Yet almost every streamer I met last year, I'm in their streams multiple days a week. So I know my stream's not growing. I know my community's not growing. But am I using and considering to use Twitch Tasmania for my own benefit of growing my channel? Selfishly? Part of it? Yes. But it doesn't mean I'm not prepared to meet other streamers. And doesn't mean I'm not prepared to drop by their streams, communicate, get ideas, etc., etc. Well, something I actually use, and it works with Opera Gamer GX, it works with Firefox, it works with Google Chrome, it might work with Internet Explorer. There's a browser extension simply called Twitch Lurker. It does kind of work with Kick, does kind of work with YouTube, but you sign in to that through your Twitch account. It gets everyone you follow on Twitch. You can then favorite who you want to prioritize, who to pop up, and it will pop up to 5 people's streams at any one time. So you see, even when I'm sleeping, bear with me. Let's bring it up. It's not foolproof. It doesn't really work very well with Kick. Certainly doesn't work with YouTube still. I'm just bringing up the page so you can see what it potentially does. But this is from the Chrome Web Store. Plus, it's simply called Twitch Lurker. It's a browser extension. Got 10,000. It's got a lot of people using it, but you've got if the star is checked, it's favorited. If it's not checked, it's not favorited. So favors picking up the favorites first. Then you've got, and it will pop up, on that example, will pop up those two people all the time, they're streaming. So you can, so if we bring up, oops. So you can have it automatically open tabs in the background, and the tabs automatically muted. You can have it check every minute, and you can have up to 5 streams at once. So then you've got your favorites list. You can add your channels. You can hide certain channels. I don't know much about the import settings. Then you've got the accounts for your Twitch, your YouTube, and your Kick. The Kick doesn't really work properly. But there's only 3 people right now I've actually got favorited. But I'd never have Seribot favorited because I don't need Seribot. I don't need to be monitoring Seribot's channel. Seribot doesn't do anything. Apart from that, thank you for telling us an ad's incoming. So is it really useful? Well, yes and no. But the thing is, it allows me to tab up to 5 people at once. And right now, I've got... Now, if the person raids out, that person will... whoever they've raided to will still stay tabbed up and will take up a spot, obviously, out of the 5 tabs. But if you've got the internet overhead to be able to have that running while you're doing other stuff, while you're watching other people's streams, while you're streaming yourself, I'd say go for it. But right now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I've got 5 people tabbed up, but one of them I'm pretty sure is not got raided by someone. Yes, they got raided by someone, so I'm just going to close their channel out. But depending on the order, if you sort it by lowest to highest, what we'll do is it'll pick the favorites first. but it'll pick by viewer numbers if it's lowest to highest. But depending on what order you put your favorite, and we'll just throw that back up for a second. Something that's very important here is if you look at the order of that favorites, the order that you have the favorites in matters. The person at the top will always have their stream popped up before anyone else. So the first 8 or 9 are probably, and I'm not sure I'm even following you on Twitch. I should double check that. I've got the first 9 or 10 are all supporters of my channel. Then I've got all the Australians and New Zealanders I follow in random order. And then I go into, I go into the Americans, the UK people, the Canadians, etc., in no particular order. So it's just a matter of, given they're not all going to be streaming at once, it's whatever order you put those names in. Depends on who comes up, of course. Now, am I following you, sir? Let me see. I don't... If I'm not, I apologize. I am following you. I am following you. I wasn't sure whether I was. But, again, it's... Is it... Given sometimes I can be out for a while or I'm sleeping way too long, it just keeps... Even if I'm not saying anything in anyone's channel, I'm at least got 5 or 6 people tabbed up. At least 5 people tabbed up at any one time. And I think that's a good thing. And not to mention, the browser extension is free. So, now, and you must have tabs already open with the Twitch player running in order for you to count as a viewer in their view count. Extension loads a new tab with the stream. Won't count you as a viewer until you open the tab and load the player yourself. So, I think you're still going to tab into those people's streams. But the thing is, even if you're not and you're asleep, even if you're not counting as a viewer, people are still going to know if you're there or not. And people see that you're going to be there. Then are you occasionally going to get a gift sub? Potentially. Are they going to pay? Actually realize, oh, you're actually they're regularly in my stream. I will have to check them out sometime. Yay for new stuff coming. But again, is it the best browser extension out there? No. But you see, almost every one I've got from You see, everyone I met at PAX Oz last year is all on my Twitch lurker, all favorited. So I've always got at least some of the PAX Oz people up. But again, outside of one of them, have any of them dropped by my stream ever? That many. Apart from one. The rest, none. But again, I'm perfectly okay with that. iStreams aren't for everyone. I know that. I know that all too well. Now, did I turn display capture off? I did not. So, I said, would I prefer Twitch Lurker to work really well with Kick? It would be lovely if it did. It'd be even more lovely if it worked with YouTube, but unfortunately, due to Kick's and YouTube's protocols, it doesn't work very well with them. So, you could favorite your YouTubers and your Kick streamers. It's not going to. It's really not going to pop them up though, unfortunately. But what can you do?
I'm carrying too much.
You are carrying too much, no doubt. Is that ice? And what have we got there? 47 damage. Yeah, that's just garbage. That is just garbage. Garbage. Agos robes. We'll have that. Thank you muchly. Agos robes. We'll have that for, even though it's got a little bit less armor, a bit less energy barrier, we'll have that for the resistance. Thanks. Tempting, but no. And that's still a no. That's a no. Plated, no. Shield, no. Magos, no. Neck. No. No. Please? No, unfortunately. Oh, that's beyond disappointing, I must say. But ultimately, I don't know. I don't know what to think about whether Twitch Taz could exist again. Again, would I like it to? Be nice, but I also just don't see it happening. Rightly or wrongly. Rightly or wrongly. Because ultimately anything like Twitch, Taz, etc., or any sort of meeting situation like that, it's all about networking. And if the networking is not there, or the want to network is not there, let's be honest, you can't push it. If people don't want to network, they're not going to. They're simply not going to. I will say I do regret not going to the Twitch meetup on the Saturday night at PAX Oz last year. My feet were just so dead. It was last year. I did not take good walking footwear at all. I was wearing over the 3 days, switching between 2 pairs of footwear, wearing the most uncomfortable footwear beyond my feet each of the 3 days of PAX. Like, ow. My feet were so badly blistered after day one. Alright, dead, and dead. Oh, it's a Hydromancer. That's going to be fun to kill, running hold against him. He still went down. A little bit shocked by that, actually. A bit shocked by that. Oh, why he went down that easily? That was very bizarre. Oh. Not a good choice. Probably not a good choice there either. I just didn't want to be wearing my everyday shoes, which are generally sand shoes, walking around PAX. I wanted to, strangely enough, make a good impression.
Gave most of my
Oh, Kane.
It is what it is, so. We know that stuff's just crap, so we'll just sell that. Sell. Definitely want that. No. No. Nope. 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 Not looking great. No. Yes. Yes. No. Yes. And yes. Ah. Fair.
Keen to buy
Fair.
magical
Well, rightly or wrongly, my last two pack strips have come out of my own back pocket, so my third pack strip is going to come out of my own back pocket without a sponsor again. And that's fine. I don't think you'd pay me enough. And with my back, no way would you ever catch me in heels. No way. I do even more damage to my back than I've already done. No, thank you. You can have the heels. No. Just kind of. Kind of.
Didn't I tell you all to get to the Enclave?
My husband wanted to call on the god one more time, but then the Ichthians took him prisoner.
Damn fools.
Yeah, they'll get over it. Just run out of music. I think we probably... Yes, we did. I don't doubt that. Something I have not mentioned. I was walking home. I went to see my brother-in-law in hospital and to find out that he had already gone home. It was a bit of a wasted trip walking to the hospital. On walking back after I had grabbed some Hungry Jacks for a very late lunch, very early dinner, I was on the home stretch of walking home, and a guy was walking up the hill home behind me, and then caught up and slowed down his walking speed and said to me, "What's Jack Grant?" Because I had my jacket and my tote bag on me. And I actually explained what it was. It's like, oh, it's a handle. It's like, yeah, I'm a streamer. It was like, and he said that he actually said to me he streamed on Twitch, but he played music, and I was like, I said, you could probably get a bit of a following depending on what music you play if you go back and do some streaming again, because people will drop in and listen. I don't know that he'll ever drop by my channel, but he took an interest. So, and he's the first person to pull me up and say, "What's Jack Grant?" And I was like, so now, do I know that my bomber jacket and tote bag are actually working? Absolutely. I know they're working. I know people see them. So, I'm good. The costs of the merch have now been justified. Even if it's only by one person.
I said, no one else. Goes in or out.
I still can't. I still would not been able to run around on tippy toes and heels. If I had a hat on, I'd take my hat off to you for doing it. But you could not pay me enough money to do that.
Finally, some of the dead are
Brave keep.
You really could not pay me enough money to do that.
You can't nag them back to their graves, you know.
Nephilim.
Brave. Very brave.
You know how it works. Between the Ichthyans and the... Oh, I've never seen the dead this angry, though.
Do we want to do that quest now? Because I know where that quest is going, and I think I'm like to get my ass kind of kicked right now. And besides, we can just teleport back down to there anyway. Not really an issue. And ghost robes? Yeah, we don't care. Gotcha. I do, but my next bit of major spending this year, honestly, I need to buy myself some summer clothing, some of my merch summer clothing to wear during the rest of summer. Buy a t-shirt or a tank top or something. Just so I'm not just always wearing the bomber jacket. But I won't be wearing this around when it does heat up. Because as you know, February and March, we get hot in Tasmania. We're generally not hot in December or January. By February, March, we are. For me, that's when our heat really kicks in. Oh shit, I went the wrong way! Ow! Mother fricker! I actually said to someone just the other day, Australian summer might be December, January, February, but to me, for a long time, Tasmania's summer is more January, February, March. I don't know why. Well, we kind of forget about December and March. It's just really friggin'... It's generally quite warm, quite hot for autumn. And ridiculously so. You are just freezing my ass off right now, aren't you, dude? Please die. You should be absolutely immune to that cold damage. Yep, I can understand that. Another Ichthian bin, thank you. Oh, hello, boss. Well, funny, with you mentioning Queenslander, funny story. I've lost contact with them now, but someone I went to university with on my first trip to university. I knew she was regularly talking to people in other parts of Australia through IRC, and I lost contact with her, and there was a guy who joined our D&D group who'd moved from Queensland all the way down to Tasmania. We didn't really know, no one really knew him. We got to know him, and I found out he was the guy the girl I knew at uni was talking to. When I locked myself, when I got locked out of my, because I was living on the Eastern Shore at one stage, I got locked out, so I said, can I just bunk down on your couch? And it was like, good spare bed. When she opened up, but this is just a side story, she opened up the door and she was like, and she stood in the doorway and she went, I know you. I was like, and this role-playing guy looked at me, I looked at him, I looked at this girl and was like, and she was like, I know you. I was like, and this guy, role-playing guy, Dan, thought he was in deep shit, and I was like, what the fuck did I just walk into? And I hadn't seen her for about 10 years. For about somewhere between 5 and 10 years. And it's like, who are you? Just like, and then she said it and it dawned on me, like, oh, right. But anyway, they were living over in Belle Reve, and so they put me up on a single spare bed for the night. We were up till like 11, 12 o'clock that night. After finishing D&D at 9 o'clock that night, we talked for about a couple of hours and just chatted, which was pretty friggin' awesome to catch up with her after about 5 years. But the funny thing about Dan, who had moved all the way down from Queensland to be with this girl, he got a nasty shock. He decided he's going to sit out in the backyard, and he looked at the forecast temperature and he was like, oh, it's only going to be 25 Celsius. I'll be fine. I'll just sit outside. in the backyard at Belle Reve and I'll be fine. Next time we saw him at roleplay, he was like, I got sunburnt in 25 degrees Celsius inside half an hour. I was like, and we were like, yeah, so? Like, you can't get sunburned in 25 degrees Celsius heat in Brisbane, Queensland. Like, yeah. And we were like, yeah. Tasmania's heat is way more intense. Tasmania's heat is way more intense than Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, Northern Territory, WA, or South Australia. We've got real, and as you well know, being in Tasmania yourself now, our heat is way more intense, and you'll get sunburnt way quicker in 25 degrees Celsius than you will 25 anywhere else in Australia. And people question, even people in Melbourne City question me about the heat in Tasmania. It's like, I say to them, our 25 temperature, and I have got no doubt, I say our 25 temperature is basically 35 in Melbourne. It's probably 30, 35 anywhere else in the country. If not, sometimes 40. But generally our 25 is about 30 to 35 anywhere else in the country. It's it's a 10 degree more intense heat. And I don't know how long you've been in Tasmania, but you would know when we get high 30s, you really do cook here. You have to drink so much damn fluid because you will dehydrate incredibly quickly in 35 degree heat. Thankfully, we don't get much hotter than 35. I think the hottest I've ever known to survive is 38. 38 is the hottest I've survived. But so I'd say, so when I go over to Melbourne, I'm like, and when I've been over to Melbourne at PAX, it's like I've been in shorts and t-shirt in 25 Celsius heat over at PAX, and like, why are you in shorts? Like, this isn't cold. This is not even, this 25, 28 in Melbourne, this isn't even cold. This is bloody warm. Like, no, it's not. It's like, come from Taz, it's warm. It's nice. Yeah, I mean, 38 last week, yeah, but you generally don't see temperatures much above 35 as a general rule in Tasmania. Let's just be honest. Most Tasmanians don't survive past 35 without drinking a hell of a lot of liquid and a lot of water or a lot of beer. They just don't survive. So I always say, Tasmania, if you take 15 degrees in Tasmania, it's about 25 anywhere else in the country. So I can be out in t-shirt or a tank top in 15, 16 degree temperatures and be absolutely fine. Because it's still not cold, pleasant, it's not freezing by any stretch of the imagination. Plated. That's a no. I don't know whether we want that or not. Oh, we got a second Ichthian though. Have that. 47. No, that's just garbage. Plated, no. Ornate, no. Magos, no. Magos, no. That's not Magos. Not Magos, no. About that. 47, no. Nope. And ooh, yes, please. Oh, increased cooldown rate does absolutely sod all for me. But then again, so does strike damage and pierce damage. Have that. Sorry, have that. Ah, understandable. Double X. Oh, hello, crab. Thought all your enemies were dead here. Obviously not. And that's a no to those. This has been one hell of an interesting playthrough so far, I must say. Not been easy. Definitely not been easy. We've got no skill points. No skills whatsoever. Use. My choice. Mind you. But still. We're going to be honest. Action RPGs, you're meant to be using skills, not using basic attacks. Or a basic attack. The entire time. Not sure that's what you're meant to be doing. What? Working. Working. Well, this is Titan Quest 2, not Titan Quest 1, which is in early access still. And I've only just recently dropped Act 2. Getting close to dropping Act 3. But there's a run you can do where if you don't pick any of the masteries, you don't pick a first mastery, you don't pick a second mastery, you get flagged as the class combination called Unblessed. And all you've got access to is maxing out your dodge, maxing out your barrier, maxing out your primary attack, maxing out your other primary attack if you use a second action bar. Oh no, I think Titan Quest 1 is still really solid, to be honest. And as is all the expansions and DLCs for Titan Quest 1. But then again, I'm a very big mythology nut, so I'm my own worst enemy with Titan Quest. But until a couple days ago, I didn't know you could ignore the masteries in Titan Quest 2. But you can. But it is going to make the game very hard to get through. Well, Titan Quest 1 is old, but it is worthwhile. It is worthwhile picking up. Probably picking. Well, if you can afford it. If you enjoyed Titan Quest 1, worthwhile picking up all Titan Quest 1 remastered on, and if need be, wait for it to go on sale and pick it up. Definitely worthwhile playing through. Though I don't know whether you can do a non-mastery run with Titan Quest 1. Now I'm almost curious whether you could or not. Ooh. That would have to be hella difficult. That would have to be hella difficult to get through. Titan Quest 1, if you didn't pick any masteries at all? Oh my lord. I wonder whether that's even possible. Wonder whether that's even possible. That would not be easy. No, that would definitely not be easy. Oh yeah. I mean, this is hard. Titan Quest 2 is hard without masteries itself. But Titan Quest 1 without masteries? Is it possible? Don't know. Yeah, we don't need that one. Can you do an Titan Quest 1? Can you do an Unblessed run? You can potentially do a non-mastery run in Titan Quest 1, I think. Oh, hell. I'm so tempted. I am so tempted. I would have to be an idiot to do a... I would have to be an idiot to do a... to do a non-mastery run in Titan Quest 1. I'd have to be a freaking idiot. I don't have it installed, do I? Which one is it? That one? Yeah, it's the anniversary edition I need. Speaking of, is it on sale? No, it's not at the moment. Unfortunately. Well, I get a feeling I'm going to regret installing this, playing through it. I'm sure I'm going to regret it, but we'll download it and install it. I will probably wait till we finish Unblessed on Titan Quest 2, though. Well, till we get to the end of Act 2 at least. I don't know why I've even thought of doing Unblessed Titan Quest 1 run. Now I'm thinking of it. Wondering whether I could survive it. Oh, we are dying every so often in TQ2 without choosing a mastery. What are you sorry for? You're dead. Or... oof. Ow. You hurt, dude. Come more balls? Yes.
I'm carrying too much.
You are carrying too much. Have you got anything that's any good? Maybe that staff... we can just check that staff, can't we? That is a better staff. Okay, we're good. Then. No, it's alright. It's alright. I should have... it didn't even occur to me till recently that you didn't have to pick a mastery in Titan Quest 2. So it's only just now that I've thought, Hang on, can you not avoid not pick? Can you not pick it? Pick a mastery at all in Titan Quest 1? But that's got. That could be hella difficult. Really quite difficult. Yeah, interesting challenge though, but we're not going to start that challenge yet though. Not going to start that challenge yet. But we do need to check these staves. And Titan Quest 2 is automatically it's already downloaded.
Keen to buy a magic.
That really doesn't take long. Alright, we'll sell both of those. I know, I'm not even going to look at doing a Titan Quest 1 Unblessed run until we finish this run. And we're still in Act 1, so we've got a while to go. You really are a dumbass for saying that Ring of Fire, dude. No, I'm just going to stay here till it winds down. Those guys aren't very bright. Gotta say. Alright, back the way we came then. No. Back over the bridge. Let's be honest. Action RPGs are not meant to be played without picking a class or a mastery or anything like that. You're not meant to be playing them with basic attacks.
Bridge is clear! To the others!
You really are not. He should be immune to the cold damage. And I should have probably changed to a fire or lightning weapon then. My bads. What I should have done was stood in the cold area for as long as I did. That was a mistake on my behalf. Well, at least he's got cannon fodder holding him there now, so he doesn't hit me. Probably already did, dude. Probably going to do more. That's a lot of hydromancers there. A lot of healing. Lot of healing. Ay, 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 ay.
Well fought. Pentaconta Linus will want to speak with you. He's in the training area, at the center of the Enclave.
No. Oh, maybe. And that's a no. And that's a post. Increase spell damage. Yeah, that's going to do absolutely jack. Mate? And we're using elemental weapons. They don't do spell damage. They do elemental damage. Yeah. I'm still kind of hoping that the Cyberpunk action RPG gets off the ground properly. Fortunately, it's only still sitting in as a demo. They couldn't get enough funding through Kickstarter. But it looked promising. Nothing better than a really good ARPG. Yet, I still can't get into Pillars. I don't know why. We need more elemental resistance. Soak that shit up from them. Those king crabs do hurt. Don't exactly have a comeback for them at the moment. Alrighty. fast travel?
You'll get your dreams, just do your best. So don't you tell me I am helpless just because I'm searching for myself. I've been working hard just so
I'm not leaving my house.
I told you so.
Well, don't leave your house then.
Not yet.
Hi, Enchanter. And you guys are cooked. That could be very promising, actually. Especially some that requires 100 knowledge. Are we finally going away from a Frosty? Maybe. Well, hopefully you can get some sleep, but I do appreciate you dropping by. Knowledge 100. Alright, we're going to spend that. 47. I thought it was going to be better. And it was not. Damn it. Why couldn't it have been better? And I appreciate the chat and listening to me talk about which has. Again. I'll knock on their door again at some stage soon. I probably not before I touch base with Taz Pop and see and get their thoughts. I just don't want to tread on Wish Taz's toes either. That's something that's very much in my thoughts of not to do. But we'll see. See how things pan out. But I said, I'm not hopeful. And there is a level.
Another piece of Glaukos' statue. When I knew him, he preferred having friends to followers. He thought statues of him were safe. King crabs. Where are they coming from?
That's got that bow. Good, we're good. Take care of those. You. energy pot. Potentially. Plated boots, no. Magos robes. Yes, please, actually. Both the same. Literally. Go away, hunters. You bother me. And that jagged chopper. Right. Oh no, we charge it. Charging it. It has been charging. We're good. And was the wagon stuck in the way? Oh, shit. Mr. Enchanter, you're annoying me. Die.
No room for that.
I think we're pretty much done. Probably.
Carrying too much.
Alright, back to Piagos.
Keen to buy a magical item for a magical price.
United Agos. Oh. Yes, please, actually. Are even better. Kind of. That ornate, don't care. No. No. Still no. No. 13 cold and a 12 cold. We don't need the 12 cold. Enough strength. Enough. Let's still carry that. Build that. Very well. Angos robes. Might be a goer. Yeah, no. I mean, we could take the health, but berries just as important. And that scepter's no good to us. And you're hooked.
Hold the line and stay clear of their pincers! Where in Hades' gory beard are these things coming from?
From everywhere.
Not yet.
If you guys don't die first. I'm sure as hell not killing that quickly. Not without skills. Or masteries.
We would have been in trouble for sure if you hadn't come along. Talk to Pentaconsolinus. We could use more steady fighters like you.
And dead, and dead. Still dead. But don't care. Ay, 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 ay. He was okay. He's gonna be annoying to kill. Basic attacks. That is for sure. Magos robes. Oh yes, please. And also Magos robes. Oh yes, please. Fighter drives don't. Air medium armor don't. Double exhaust don't care. Back down by actually. Well, we're surviving again, sort of. Totally can't see how we're going to get through Act 2, though. Really can't see that happening. I mean, it could. But highly unlikely, I feel. Oh, highly, highly unlikely. Suppose it's possible. Possible, but wishful thinking. than anything, I think. Didn't get out of the man trap in time. We need to move. Now I can just take our time with the man catcher. He can catch us in his trap if he wants to. Not necessarily a problem. Dagger, repair, roof guard shell. Roof guard shell. Ornate. Alright. Also, do not care. Alright, time to go and sell some crap off again.
keen to buy a map.
Right, sell. Those some weird bit of magos. Well, alright. Words we didn't know about. We know that star's crap, though. Right, we've got fire, lightning, poison. We're good. Element power, don't care. Cold, air, lightning, care. Okay, we're good. We're good. Interesting. Left ourselves any snacks in the house, have we? No, we haven't. We haven't. Okay, though. Don't have nothing's open for a bit. Do want snacks without going for a long ass walk. Oh, we at Mama Crab's place? We are. Laser drives do knock.
A farm full of crab eggs. And I thought I'd seen everything.
You giving me anything good here at all? Plated, no. Medium, no. Medium, no. Field, no. Ornate, no. Give me jack shit. Thanks, game. Appreciate it. Mama. We are going to have our work cut out for us. Right now. Maybe not. Doing a fair bit of damage. Or just using a basic attack. I mean, it's not just a basic attack. I mean, we have put volley and vitality drain in place, but still.
Perhaps the militia can make use of it.
I mean, it's not completely just back honest. Oops. Did not mean to do that. We need 116. 116 what? Cunning. Plated, no, nope, and no. Mechanical, pristine plumage, in file ichor. Alright, we got nothing. We got diddly squat there, boys and girls. Diddly squat. Alright, we're looking okay-ish. Kind of.
Not yet.
Bye-bye. It's possible we might have to get to a stage where we're just over leveled. Well, not actually over leveled, but you know, over leveled. Over geared to get through potentially
Not yet.
a unblessed run. Honestly, probably only a matter of time before we start struggling. To get rid of you. Now we can finish them off. To get rid of the healer. Agos. Yeah, that's a pass. They may not be a pass, though. And Magos robes again? Bit lucky here. Take it. Decent amount of barrier in place, which is very, very nice. Which barrier? 928? Really? Ooh. Way more than our HP. Very nice indeed. We will not complain about that. Not complain about that, boys and girls.
I need to wait.
Oh, he was still alive. Bye. And we know that's a questy quest area. We'll leave that alone temporarily. I'll get a really really good yellow staff, or even a green one. Oh, that would be really purple even better. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm carrying too much.
Alright, back we go. We might have some up to hand in. Old girl might have some stuff for.
I need to wait.
Wouldn't we have got enough for stuff here? Go with the active file. Most definitely. And just gives one more active point, which just enough for another enduring barrier. Almost got the barrier filled out. Almost getting there. Very, very much getting there. Looking good. Looking mighty, mighty fine. Oops. Not meant to sell that, sorry. Need that back. Ornate, plated, Magos, no. Plated, no. You monumentally suck. Don't talk to the bird downstairs. He's got a hand in for us, I believe.
You again? Really? I'm glad to have you in the militia. Kill any— Now that the elevator, the important things— You're welcome in Pyrgos anytime, soldier. Now that we've taken with only a few proper fights, I should have insisted on more militia training over the year.
Thank you. At that 5,000 XP, that's almost got me another level. Very, very nice. I'm not going to lie.
Don't be sad, don't be lonely. Don't you know that I love
And yes.
just be mine, and I'll be yours forevermore. Don't shed tears, don't hang your head and cry, for no we can make it. Make it if we try. Just be mine, and I'll be yours forevermore. Let's stick together, and you will see.
Oh, hello, staff. Please, please, please let that be good. Please, 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 please let that. Love if it is. I think it's not going to be. And it is. Oh yes. Yes.
Don't be afraid, don't be in doubt. Tell you, baby, let's go all out. Just be mine, and I'll be yours forever.
Oh, frick, it's this one. Yeah, I clicked on it already. Stop shooting me.
Just blow me a kiss. Don't use my name. Just join in the game. Don't call me up. Don't call me down. Just call me baby. Call me baby. Yeah. Don't write me a letter.
Oh, couldn't work out why that wasn't equipped.
Don't be
and enough knowledge for it. Have we got any more Magos gear? Yes, but is it worth it? And why have we got pleasure drones equipped? Bad me. Bad me, bad me. Why? They should not have had pleasure drones equipped then. Naughty. Oh, we don't have any pleasure drones now. No, we don't. Good, 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 good. Saber. Is not. All that knew that was coming pretty soon, especially after that quest hand in. Two more points, and we've got that barrier finished. Very nice, very nice. And we can work out on our dodge. Then we might care about our second weapon slot. But ultimately, are we going to care about our second weapon slot? I can't say absolutely ignore it, because might be some instance where we will need to switch from one element to another, potentially. Only. If only. Rest in peace, Green. You were just not really good enough. Not really good enough. Sorry. Could have been so good. Could have been so good. So good for us. But alas, no. And weren't really dead. Next. Light armor. Do not care. Alright. Gosh, no. Surely that's not better? What is it? Let's say, it's way worse. I thought it was. I had to check. There's a torso.
Glaucus started life as a mortal. He always seemed to miss it. He was the one who found me after I got stuck in this charm. We were friends for years, before he gave me to Aristino.
Alright. Back to Pyrgos. Back to Pyrgos and sell some crap off in.
Oh, keen to buy a
Fire. I've got a second fire there. Can be just. What's it gonna be?
Can I tell you what's on my mind? Thinking about it for quite some time. Hey, can you give me a moment to declare my love? Can I tell you what's on my mind? Can I get a chance to let you know you're my heart's desire, and I love you so. Will you stay right here, or will you run away? If I tell you what's on my mind, I know we're more than friends, but less than lovers. This is not the end. There's much more to discover. Promise to stay. Will you promise to never leave? If I tell you what's on my mind, can I let you see the real me? Will you hang around, or will you break free? I just need to know. Will you let me go? If I tell you what's on my mind, I know the day will come when I let you know the love I have for you will really grow. Promise to stay. Will you promise to never leave? That is to really it's you and me forever. Yeah. Ooh. Can I tell you, babe? Can I let you know? Can I that I'm digging your style, and I'm feeling your mood? Can I tell
Alright, done, and done. Well, just not good for us either.
How can I get through need to know when I turn up,
Getting into areas where we're a little bit
I should stay.
leveled for, actually. A little bit too far north right now.
Just tell me what should I do?
Too far north.
How can I get through?
Kind of.
I need to wait.
Right. Dead.
Bring me into the light. Just why can't you give me a chance? You keep running away from me. You keep running away from me.
That was yeah, maybe. Just one armor. We'll take it. Not great, but we'll take it.
I need to wait.
That's a pass. That's a pass. That's also a pass. Oh, that was pretty boring. And that's also boring.
Hello, child. Come, find me.
have enough power to take her out. Honestly, kind of highly doubt it. I really do. I mean, we could.
But I haven't given you your gift.
Back if you're a good girl. I think to take that wench out, I think we kind of really want a bit gear to finish our barrier off and maybe even get our dodge up and running first. Barrier's a little way off yet, to say the least. Fighting this many enemies is not really ideal with as Unblessed. We got away with it. Did get away with it somehow. That's when we really needed more dodge. A big area like that, it's kind of hard to dodge out in time. The pass.
looks like the last piece. If we bring them to the statue base, reassembling it should be but a trifle.
Potentially, yes. I think it quite works that way, though.
Not yet. I need to wait.
Let's look the other, look all ways then. To look north and south. And I didn't. Almost cost us another life. But that life's infinite. Probably a good thing too.
I need to wait.
And did.
No room for that.
Of course not. And looks like we're fast traveling out. Eagles Village, please. What you got? Oh, don't want any of this, girl. So you can just. Oh, except I did not want to sell that. Rest, yes. Ailment chance, no. No. Nope. Nope. Still no. Hey, goals. No. Hey, goals. Oh no. Give me something. Give me a little something something. No? Hey, you want to give me... Fine. Give me pretty much crappy gear. Thanks. Appreciate that. Now. Oh crap. Did not mean to do that. Do that. Same mistake every so often. 53. Please tell me that's better. It's not better. Hoping pro. Better weapon. Not yet. That could potentially be better. Highly unlikely, but could be. We'll see. We'll check after these guys are dead. That's good now. Alright. Open sesame. Oh, that's right, we're going to check that stuff out, weren't we? And it's still crap. We haven't been checking this page really, have we? That's fair. Nah, still crap. Gotta say, this run is definitely going to take us a while. Definitely going to take us a while for sure. Just using basic attacks. All we've got. Don't know why I'm doing this. Gotta be masochistic to be doing this. Seriously. Gotta be highly masochistic. This. Insane. Doable so far, but still insane. Oh, must use them to help. Thanks, dudes. Appreciate it. Appreciate it immensely. I might as well go now, kindness. All right. Mate. No. Still. Wait, no.
Selling pencils from a cup.
Oh.
Big man giving out orders. Turns to us, says, listen up. Oh, we're gonna die here. You gotta get out when you can. So you better say goodbye here. Come on, get in the van. Take a drive out to the country. Look around to breathe the air. Oh yeah, I get tired, you get hungry. There's something we can share.
Here, up, you there! I can use a hand till it's in these fishies! Ha! You got so spine, eh? There are more killheads coming. Let's take them together.
Might as well just stay here. I don't need to really advance. I don't come from where I am. Damn it. Now I just moved when I didn't want to.
Nibble us all, you want, little fishies? We'll cut you to pieces.
I wouldn't kill for a forged century right now.
Stand strong, my friend. Put the fear of mankind in him.
Good thing Canis can't die. Very good thing he can't die.
I think they've given up. Gave them something to be afraid of, didn't we?
Did we?
I'm carrying too much.
Oh, keen to buy a magical item for a mag.
Alright, what have we got? Still. The fire stuff there, but is it better than what we have? It is. So that can go. That can go. Don't know about that. 53. No. That also ice is, and it's crap. Also ice, and it's also crap. We've got a better... Oh, the boat. We've got a better... Got a more damaging stuff. Now, we can go back to some lightning. Yes, please. We'll happily take that. Lightning, poison, fire, cold. No, we're good. Don't have any active points. No, we do not. But we are almost got some active points there. Almost. Right. At 53 with 44. Don't really have anything better. Negative. What do you want, Mr. Kane? Actually, let's go and loot that.
You and I, one of the gill heads killed me. Then I was fishboards. Woke up. I thought, forget now. Teared up. Aristomony, they say. He and his friends defended a fishy. If you find an ichthyon, thank you. I look.
What an interesting fellow. Most Shades of the Dead are far less aware of the world than he is. Perhaps he escaped the underworld before he drank from Lethe, the river of forgetfulness.
Nope. They will be yes, I think. Yes. One more level and we've got barrier finished. This sword must belong to Camus. We should go return it to him. Oh, have we not got enough for that? No, we are short on stunning. Boys and girls. not anymore. Saying that one which was a bit of a waste of a relic, but relics are takeable and take them on and put them on and off. Well, charms, relics and charms, so it's not really that big of a issue. Is a stat we've not really needing. So
I need to wait.
probably as far north as we really want to be going at them. Trying to get a bit out of our depth level wise. But no, come back. Don't really want to push it.
No room for that. I'm carrying too much.
Oh. I'm carrying a bit too much. Got room for at least one thing? One. On the two. We'll take it.
Oh, keen to buy a magic.
Somehow I missed that? Apparently. Kindness.
Any luck resting my found? It's good to see.
There you go. Which way do we want to go? We're way off finishing. Yeah, still the way off finishing barrier. Cool. We're getting there. Close. Pretty close. Go after that as well. Go and clear him out. And that should be the last one of those guys anyway. Those leaders. Assuming we can take him. With no skills.
Yet.
Yeah, this could be a problem, but no, it's not going to be. But his poison is going to kick our ass just a little. Gotcha. said the Naiad.
Do you think you can steal from me? My magic. How? Wait, please don't hurt me. Mortals, when the floods came to fire. Now, none of them. I was innocent. What is the you mortals? As if that were possible. Or why should I? But yes, you found it. And what about the thief? That's a shame. Who knew beauty? You kept your... My pets, you are free. Thank your friend here.
Thank you.
And we've got nothing to spend a passive point on. Yeah, baby. Ding. God knows how many passive points we've got. We'll never see him.
You're back. Glaukos, they say he...
Slander. Having one...
I am the river. I couldn't control Glaukos, they say he was...
Slander. Having once been...
I am the river. I couldn't control where...
Alright.
Oh, keen to buy a magical item for a magical price? And bye-bye. People were ripping into Borderlands 4 again on Twitter. They did the same thing with Borderlands 3. And yet, people absolutely hated Borderlands 3. How they absolutely praised Borderlands 3 to all hell. Insanely criminal in so many ways. So bad. Just ridiculous bad. Have the health regen. That is so important to us.
Oh, dear Glaukos, what am I gonna do?
I'm a little busy right now. What you took care of without their commander. You have to so...
Oh, celerity is absolute no use. There is attribute point though. Oh, hang on, attribute point, not... Hang on, can't use it. Attribute point, not an active point. Like, yeah, there's barrier finish. No, it's active points we need. Oh, we can use the attribute points, we're just not using them yet.
we buy that? Wouldn't hurt. Oh, here on epic chess. I was thinking chess piece. No. My bads. Weapon. Epic chess as in open box. I wasn't thinking. Oh, we don't want that either though, so it's irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. What have we got left? We've got Issa. Reassemble Laocosta's statue now. Put all the parts. A long way off Act 1 though. Finishing Act 1. Long way off. And we've died quite a few times. We're getting there. Slowly.
It really does look just like Glaukos. Though the sculptor made the eyes look far too stern.
A miracle! The statue is repaired. What? When I was a boy, he told us Io Glaukos saved my life. I am Glaukos will return and put things right. Great blue-skinned Glaukos.
Sure he will. Alright. Alright, time to go and deal with Issa. We'll deal with you and you later. Not too long with you two yet.
She went to the graveyard to bury the dead. Can you believe it?
Graveyard? I don't cry.
See what's on. What games have gone on sale on Steam just now? Red Dead Redemption on sale. Red Dead Redemption 1, I should say, on sale again, but not quite cheap enough. Oh, but that is tempting. Dark Forces 1 Remaster on sale. Tempting, tempting, tempting. Is it on sale enough? Yes. Just under 25, maybe.
Someone should tell Stolos he can't.
Highly underrated FPS though. And I'm not saying that from a Star Wars fan perspective, but it is. Or original Dark Forces games always really underrated. My honest opinion. Sure, some would very much disagree, and that's perfectly fine.
Issa asked me to cook for everyone, but there's nothing to cook with.
Go on, give me the report. Our tactical station soldiers all for now. The Ichthid. Yes, we should be able to fashion something to put. We were on the brink of being well. I will do my best to give a thorough report. We call it the land belongs to a. My hands are full with the defenses. I myself grew olive trees. Me. But now, still, a few more soldiers and better armor wouldn't hurt.
Is that the shell I heard the Pentacle? Yes, yes, yes. Here, wear this. I'll sell you what I can and buy what...
You're there! Quit your whimpering! Are you a coward, or are you a Greek? I know Stolos is hiding away back there. Just let me talk to him. By the gods!
Miss, I only let pass who he says to. He ain't said nothing about you.
Don't...
Step back, please.
What's the...
Drunk.
Oh, I have. These...
How dare you!
Chaos, you!
Gods,
is it? You ain't getting through to see Stolos unless you find his cows.
Thanks for agreeing to find Stolos's cows. I can't believe the bitter old drunk. With everything, how is Tecton coping with leadership? That boy. If you pass, tell him that he should accept seeing him making decisions. I've lived in. It wasn't, but being leader is my burden. Things are pretty. People are. Stolos's insistence on making. It seems like keep an eye out. Good luck finding Stolos's missing cows. I think they must have escaped to the south somewhere.
Oh dear, what's happened with Crawley with Linda and I get a feeling they just got asses handed to them again.
You said you put yourself into a situation that you shouldn't have done. Why were you out drinking on that evening? And is that
England lost to Sri Lanka in a one-dayer. Oh my lord. England get bowled out. Yeah. That's embarrassing. How the show gonna find its cows? We know where they are roughly.
When I was here with Glaukos, these people were thriving. It's sad to see farmers turned into refugees in their own lands.
England really didn't bowl well. Oh boy.
Lead the cows into Stolos. He's by the statue of his late wife.
I wonder what you'd think of all this, eh, nice?
Oh, you found the cat.
Only 3? Damn! Ugh,
These folk.
you lot.
What? Wait. We need.
I'm not. It's too hard to deal with when. Oh, that's not. I'm sure.
Follow me.
And we don't want them.
Listen, and listen well. The Ichthians know no gods.
Lalage.
At least this is managing to keep people's spirits up. Issa, I've barely seen. I'm not I'll just brew you up a tincture. Why is this something? I'll come back late.
Thank you.
I hope old man Thorn has the answers you need. His house is southeast of the Enclave.
Listen, you rabble. I know you're no fighters.
Athena must have sent you to protect you got it. She was bitten by a gorgon snake and began to turn to stone. A hideous son. Wow. They can't turn folks straight to stone. You only. So what could I
So, Stolos has spent the last 30 years angry that old man Thon and the villagers refused to help his wife. Maybe we can sort this mess out once we've sobered him up with Lage's potion. Let's see.
Is how long do we stay up at this? No.
Did Thorn tell you why Stolos? Oh, I was just hopefully. Here's the. Oh, thank. But
good luck with Stolos. Listen, and listen well. The Ichthians.
Wait a moment. I got some words. I need to apologize.
oh, here we are.
It's on my shoulders.
What?
Please, just some.
I'm so.
You don't. There are
Help me lead the cows into their pen. Then we can figure out how to feed them.
That sounds wonderful. You know, you're a good man.
I don't have endless food supplies, you know.
Thank you so much for now that Stolos is feeding all, and Stolos' cooperation makes things so.
Here's the trouble, recruit. When's it already? We haven't even begun.
2 bars to go.
This is... I don't know how to... Why isn't Issa back yet? She's my aunt, but she went to... I need her. I'm not cut out for this. She says I'll make mistakes, but the only way the Ichthians... But we can't get supplies to the farmland.
Over here! I've been looking for you. I need your help. Issa is. She and I. She complained she didn't see. I just don't know.
Where's Issa? We were What? No. Yes, but we need to... A true Gorgon. When a Gorgon dies...
I'll mark on your map. Stolos, tell me everything you know about the cure.
Don't spare any details. Then I'll begin prepping the post.
Alrighty. Over to there we go. We won't throw any more music on at the moment. It will probably crash out very soon. Save is the first, I think, for crashing out. Here's a nice quick quest. Finish to clear honest. Won't take us long. Few things to kill in there, not too many.
Not yet.
Thought he might have proved a bit of a problem. Not surprising. And we're done. All right. It's Sunday today, isn't it? No. We're a day behind ourselves. Only Friday. Fine, never mind. Here we go.
Listen, and listen well. The Ichthian... Have you got the snake blood? You're back. Stolos. Go find Issa in Stolos' compound and give her the cure. It's up to us to rain down Apollo's arrows on them. We will cast them.
Issa, you couldn't find the snake, could you? It's... and you've got the...
Don't mind me. I've no... Wait.
She hasn't woken up.
Issa, well, when Issa made...
That's...
All right.
Don't... Issa.
Thank us.
I'm very glad you're all right.
Thanks for looking after me.
Are you hungry? I'll make you dinner.
What about the refugees?
Right. Might as well go and defend here, so might as well use them.
Tell you what I can and buy.
Plated. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Give me something. Anything? No? Guess not. Got 55. That's just crap. Crap. That's just crap. So it's back for us. Or whether they were getting equipped or not. To double check. Alright. We're done. And we didn't quite get the level we were hoping on. Shit, we forgot some here at Stolos.
Oh, this rust on my breastplate.
We've got his chest back here. $3.39. That's just crap. Oh, hang on. Wrong one. $5.39. Ah, that's crap. Light armor. Laser. Goss. Goss. No and no. Well, that was kind of... Don't disappoint. Don't disappoint. Oh well. What do we consider taking them out? Let's try. Let's see whether we can take them. I don't think we can. Pretty sure we can. But go and try it. And that'll be the... We can't take them. We can't take them yet. Let's see whether we can. Curiosity. but again, just shot, get it done, then ultimately we're going to have our... How the hell did we miss that? There should have been a fast travel there, nearby. Sure there was one close, but go ahead and mapped it.
Come, speak to me. I have something to give you.
Alright.
Yes, right. Hello. Here, tell me. Knew when upon her as she drifted to wild.
You dislike my poem? How ungrateful! I composed it just for you. I will skip to the end then. You died in bloody agony.
It was a trap.
Your meat will fill my belly. I hear your heart's panic pumping.
I need to wait.
Well, that was dumb. Should have stayed closer to her.
Your meat will fill my belly.
Not sure I can take the hippocampus yet.
Not yet.
I hear your heart's panic pumping.
Not yet. I need to wait. Not yet.
No, I don't think we've got quite enough. Quite enough yet. We can take them, but not yet. We need more barrier. Slightly better gear.
Slightly better gear. That's all right. So we are going to leave PQ2 there for stream. Here's 10 past 8 in the morning. We weren't really planning on pulling a all-nighter, but obviously we did. Yeah, so be it, so be it. We will be back on. We could be back on in about 6 hours. Who knows? Might be 8 to 10. But we'll be back on night. Late. If it's 8 hours, what would that be? 16. So, sometime earliest will be 2, probably more likely 4 or 6 tonight. And we will continue. We will leave the hippocampus guy alone. There's no way we're taking him. Because what we'll need is we'll need the last point in barrier. We'll need some points in dodge. Because we will need the dodge to actually avoid a lot of those attacks. The barrier and the healing pots aren't going to completely carry us. Thank you, Machete, for dropping in. Thank you for anyone else who dropped in and was lurking. But we will be back sometime later today, i.e. Friday. It's just a matter of when we are back on. And we will continue and see whether we're a couple of streams before we get through the end of Act 1, because I think we'll end up dying quite a bit yet. But we'll see. We'll see. Till we're next back on, as always, take care, stay safe, be well. Bye for now.